Is there anybody out there? Hey guys, we're back. We're doing some chess. Shockingly, a bit of a variety streamer at the moment. Fortnite, chess, and Civilization. But this is one of the chess ones. Ghetto Porridge. Hey, how are you? Um, so if I have some challenges, I might as well just get going. Il Grande Maestro, hey, how are you doing? Can't touch this. No, you cannot, dude height. You cannot touch my rating until I reach 3,000. I am playing the Banter Blitz Cup on this Saturday, and this is the big deal. If I win this time, there's going to be huge prizes and fame and all of that stuff. So we need to get our rating up high, back where it belongs. Daddy Cool coming in with the 20-month resub. Thank you so much, Daddy Cool. Finally, some good chess. Yeah, Dodgy. I'm sorry you had to endure an hour and a half of Gusty trying to play blindfolded. I saw his rating was only 2,400. I'm kind of disappointed in him. I was expecting more. Hey Snakey, hey Tree Cassette, hey Ed, hey Kasparov fan, hey Sekon. Okay, Battery Bob is first up. And I have pressed accept on the challenge, and we are ready to get going. Hey Halvard, how are you doing today? Hey Dancing Tortoise. Yoon, okay, we got a crowd today. But what we do not have is an opponent, unfortunately. Bob. Bob, it's time to bob your way to the board. Hey George, hey Perpetual. Where's the Civilization 5? Yeah, it's an unfortunate incident, Smash Time, that sometimes instead of playing the game I want to play, I play the game I actually know how to play. It's very sad. And for some reason the audience doesn't really share my concern. They just want to see chess for some reason. Okay, I'm Bob. It's time to get in here. We're giving you 20 more seconds. Uh, Mario, I didn't manage to finish the game yesterday. But to be fair, I only played for 6.5 hours, and the last time we actually finished a Civilization game, we spent 23 hours. So I mean, I think we're about halfway through, but you never know. Whenever a war breaks out, that's just gonna eat all of the time. Okay, Bob got his opportunity, and he's not here. It's the short story. So we're moving on to Dude Height. Can you play blindfold like Jan? Yes, I can. I feel like one of those kind of TV show parents or something who's just being a bit of a jerk to their kids. Can I leave the table? I'm sure you can. May I leave? No. Okay, we're gonna take control in the center with our pawns. I have been playing some passive openings with you guys, but all of that is over now. Now we're just going for complete central domination, Civ style. Can you think of a game in which controlling the middle is not very, very good? I'm not sure chess was first to kind of invent that concept. Do we give a check and then retreat? I don't really want to do that. Let's just put her all the way back. Are you as good as Jan? Um, Please specify at what. There are many things in which I am better than Jan. Civilization 5, definitely one of them. In Go you want to control the sides? Really? Is that true? Huh. Oh yeah, because you surround the other pieces. Yeah, no, that game is just too difficult for me. I tried playing it. I tried playing it. I didn't really get understand what was going on. Poker? I suppose you don't want to control the center in poker. That is true. Don't underestimate Jan's Civilization 5 skills. Now that you mention it, Jan does strike me as a bit of a gamer. We shouldn't make any assumptions. Well, he not so much as a gamer, more like a big geek. But it kind of goes for the same. I am seriously considering playing b6, and I feel shameful for even considering such a move. Don't think Jan would waste his time on Civ. What are you calling wasting time? Okay, that was a pretty good move. How did my bishop end up in some trouble? How did this happen? Knight b3 and knight d5. Two good moves in a row, and suddenly I'm sitting here thinking, maybe just get pieces into the middle. It's often a good strat. When in doubt, put your pieces in the middle. Chess isn't that difficult. Torque coming in with a 3-month resub, getting the silver hammer. Thank you so much, Torque. Wait, what? Svidler lost to Lawrence? Really? Is that a real thing? Can I capture this one? I'm gonna say yes. I don't see the problem. If it doesn't work, we're gonna find out soon enough. Oh, I don't know the Chess 24 intro. Shame on me. But I don't blame myself for not knowing that Svidler lost to Trent. It does seem like a pretty far-fetched scenario. Every once we patchers get lucky. Yeah, I can relate to that. Okay, yeah, no, that is true. I have lost to, Hiataman and Aquila and stuff like that. Svidler losing to Lawrence Trent is about the same as those scenarios. Okay, so we're up 2 pawns. We successfully captured the pawn on h3. There was no monkey business with the rook pointing down towards my queen. And now I have reinforced the d4 square. And we're going to get the knight up here. True story. And I'm gonna actually start practicing doing my making sure that I don't get that mouse slip problem of clicking down and then it not working the way I was hoping. Hey Jetty. So now every time I start clicking on one of my pieces, I'm gonna make sure to, if I decide not to move that piece after all, I'm gonna make sure I unhighlight it. I think that might save me some huge heartaches. I feel like I can capture something here. Okay, maybe not. Let's just go back. Touch move rule. Yeah. If internet had that, I would be in trouble. I think this is looking pretty good though. Hey, Time God, how are you doing? The Ottoman, that sounds like a silly mistake to make. You should pay more attention. Yeah, no, that sucks, Hiataman. I'm kind of curious how it happened though. Okay, we get the first win of the day. Very often I struggle the most for the first game. So you guys are going down. I think that's the conclusion I'm reaching. Well, nothing could possibly go wrong when I'm already winning the first game of the day. I'm not super happy about my opening, but I'm playing reasonably quickly, which is kind of important since I was challenged to a 1 minute game. I wonder sometimes whether you guys think I'm not gonna notice. Um, or if you actually think you have a chance against me in 1 minute chess. Okay, that was a terrible sacrifice by me, but it works out. Everything works out. Sometimes bravery is rewarded. Oh, let's not pre-move that in case he goes crazy and takes with the e-pawn. That could have been very expensive. Okay, we're doing okay. I'm pretty happy with the situation. Good on time, good on pawns, and good on rooks. And we get the win. And we're moving on. This is gonna be a good day. I'm just gonna keep saying this is gonna be a good day until it stops being a good day. It's important to pump yourself up properly. Hey Dutch Defender. Are Norwegians in general excited about the upcoming Summer Olympics? Yeah, we're not really big on Summer Olympics, but we should have some chances of a gold medal. Normally, we do pretty well in sailing, and we also got some good swimmers. Um, yeah, that might be it. No, we should have some more chances. Oh yeah, we have the hurdler, the 400. We have some runners actually doing really well last couple of years. But I'm not sure. The thing about running is that you don't being good in Europe is really not the same as being good in the world, as I understand it. But I think we should have some chances. Handball, yes, handball. Yeah, okay, so we do have some chances. We do have some chances. We're not all about the Winter Olympics. We can do other stuff as well. Berenson with the 100 Corgo bits. I actually don't know what a Corgo is, but it looks a lot like a fox. Would Corgos be offended if I refer to them as foxes? Is Magnus the most popular athlete in Norway? I wouldn't say so. Not the last couple of months, anyway. Um, ooh, that's a very good move. Ooh, that's gonna, oof, that's a problem. We're gonna have to move the queen. But on the other hand, I think moving the queen solved. I really need to be able to go knight g6 on the next move. So moving the queen was good in terms of being allowed to move the knight next turn, and also I'm threatening the bishop, so that's a nice bonus. Yeah, Magnus is pretty big, but I can't really imagine he's the biggest. I mean, in comparison with like, I would think at the moment there's some soccer players who's pretty popular also. Are you calling us chess players athletes? That might be a stretch. Yeah, Berenson. It's a tricky thing to define. In Norway, we have the wording is a bit different. So there is a slight chance you can call a chess player the about the same word as an athlete. Are your opponents subscribers? Don't. My opponents are Chess24 premium members. It's the little yellow and white crown in their username. Signifies that they are a Chess24 premium member, which means that they pay Chess24 to play on the site and to have access to all the video series and stuff like that. All the content. I think all the content is unlocked with the premium membership. And also Chess24 entices me, read pays me. So it's a ecosystem that works out in my favor. How popular is Greta in Norway? I don't really know. I'm not really sure she cares about being popular either. I mean, for her, it's enough to get the message out, right? And that her message is being heard. Thanks, Perpetual. Yeah, there is a code. If you want a discount on your Chess24 premium membership, you can use code HAMMER for 15% off. It's a pretty sweet deal. Has Magnus been doing any of the banter blitzes lately? I feel like we're due another Magnus session. Should be good. All caps? I don't think caps matter. Okay, I need to play a bit faster now. Okay, that's not good. That's also not good. This is a big choke. Wow, I also got checkmated. Okay, so it's not a good day. I was completely winning at this point, and then I just let my time run out for no good reason. And then he suddenly, yeah, he made this rook move, which was so intimidating that I just completely choked. I don't know really what happened. I could have just taken this bishop. I don't know what stopped me from taking the bishop. And here I thought, okay, I got to start pre-moving. So I got to play very quickly. And for some reason, I thought he was going to move his bishop, which I think is pretty logical, seeing as how moving the bishop will open up the attack against my queen. So I pre-moved queen h7, which in hindsight, not the best move. But then when he moves his rook, I thought, well, he's attacking my queen. I better do something about that. And so I took his knight, after which it's just checkmate. And there was nothing more to do. Yeah, that was not fun. Bota's gambit declined. Had he taken the gambit, I think I would have won the game. Yeah, takes on g5 just wins, Mario. How did you get the hammer nickname? Tree Shoes, it's not a nickname. Nickname kind of implies that someone other than my parents gave it to me, which is not true. Okay, Hyata Man, move over, it's my turn. Hyata Man has jumped the queue for 6,000 hammer points. Were you farming points yesterday, Hyata Man? I'm guessing there were some people with very good channel points earnings during the civilization yesterday. Do you think we'll maybe get a bit bigger chessboard on chess 24? Bigger? I think bigger exists. Evening, Bobby. How are you doing? Love the way Hammer pronounces names. Oh, it was my turn. I thought Hyataman was spending time. Shame on me. He never spends time. He kind of likes flagging me. It's his thing. How inflated? Just the fact that you asked that question, Chaz, tells me that you have no idea how ratings work. The ratings are not inflated. Because the reason you're calling them inflated is because you're comparing it to ratings at other sites in the World Chess Federation and stuff like that. But each rating system is different and cannot be compared. If he wants to exchange everything, I don't really mind. Ooh, that I kind of do mind though. I don't want to correct his pawn structure. Uh, but also that's a really good placement for his queen. This is not good. Are we gonna win just like a very sterile knight end game? I guess we are. We have an active king. I don't know. Yeah, I'm not super happy about how this went down. Leeches, chess.com, FIDE, all similar. Yes, which is ridiculous. Because they're actively trying to mimic the World Chess Federation rating, despite my point of all ratings being similar, being different, and you can't really compare. Despite it not being able to compare across platforms, these places are doing their very best to manipulate the ratings to be similar. I'm not a fan of it, but it's people like you who are the reason why they're doing it. Because you don't really appreciate how rating systems work. And so you just see a number and you expect to be able to compare that number um, to whatever metric you're used to. I gotta go a bit faster. I gotta go way faster. The burn. Yeah, but I think on this topic I am reasonably knowledgeable and I'm pretty sure I'm in the right here. I don't think it's right to kind of put other people's expectations and make it up as if someone else is at fault for your view of the world being, I don't know, inaccurate. That was a bad move. I regret making that move. Okay, but we're now in a pawn endgame, which I'm liking. This is good. This is very good. I now have 2 pawns. And that is definitely more pawns than he has. And now I have more queens than he does. The calculation is the same, but the opponents are different, hence the results are different. Well, I mean, that's a very, very simplified way of looking at it. The starting rating is different, the coefficient is different, the amount of players at each level is different. Um, The only thing that's similar is that people have an expectation of ratings being in that 1,000 to 3,000 bracket. Other than that, almost everything is different. The amount of games you play in 1 minute chess is different to the amount of games you play in blitz chess, which is different to the amount of games you play in the World Chess Federation ratings. If they were to implement the exact same rules as in the World Chess Federation rating, it would be nowhere close to the World Chess Federation ratings. I think this is maybe the best way to illustrate it. That if we just copied the exact same rules that the World Chess Federation uses, it would be massively different. As a matter of fact, Chess24 is one of the chess servers, actually maybe the only chess server that is quite closely mimicking the World Chess Federation ratings, especially this fact that Chess24 is the only play site that gives you +1 in rating regardless of the level of your opponent, which is similar to the World Chess Federation and how they do it. And the ratings are nowhere close to being matched because there's way more games played on the internet, which means that the fluctuations are much higher, which means that the highs and the lows are higher and lower. Yeah, there's you cannot compare ratings across platforms, and that's just how it is. And the reason that you almost can today is because it's being manipulated. They're actively trying to make the rules so that the ratings don't go too much in one direction. Hey, Pizza Racer, how are you doing? Why do we need a different rating system? I don't know how to answer that, Chaz. The Chess 24 cannot use the World Chess Federation rating system. Basically, what you're asking for is that the World Chess Federation, Chess, Chess 24, and Chess.com comes together to unite the ratings into one, which is not going to happen, amongst other things, because there are different time controls. I don't think Pawn Masseur. For instance, Chess 24 is getting criticism because their rating system is wrong. So clearly, having higher ratings, a differently tuned system, is not really working in their favor in the public perspective, at least. Hey, Denker. Feeder ratings are genius. Why mess with it? We're not. We're not messing with it. No one is touching it. I mean, if anything, don't mess with it is kind of what I'm telling you that we shouldn't do. We should let it be its own system. We shouldn't mix in a lot of internet chess into a system that works. Hey Sergey, how are you? Is there a chess championship among the Nordic countries? Yes, Stone. I was really trying to win that championship last year because the winner would qualify to the World Cup. But unfortunately, the Frode Ukedal, he had an amazing tournament. He scored like 8 points out of 9. Even if I was in the best shape of my life, I'm not sure I could beat 8 points out of 9. Yeah, Hanker, you don't mind having 20 different ratings on 4 platforms? Yeah, which is the sensible thing. The only thing you can compare the rating to is other people at that same platform. So the ratings are telling me that I'm supposed to beat Hyataman most of the time. I can compare these two ratings against each other. I cannot compare it with chess.com or the World Chess Federation. I don't know what happened. I accepted a new game and it didn't start. I feel bad for whoever's game I accepted, but nothing happened, so we're moving on. Next up is Julian, and then Jonathan and Iron Chess. 8 out of 9. Yeah, he was having a really good tournament time, God, which is unfortunate because I was really hoping to do well in the Nordic Championship because of the qualification to the World Cup. Lichess's rating change is so slow, says Swap for Press. Yeah, but it once again illustrates that every rating system is different and everyone has different kind of ideas for how to do it. And you know, I would be willing to bet quite a bit that the reason Lichess's rating change is so slow is because they have figured out that that is the best way of keeping the ratings close to what you're looking for. What essentially what you're asking from me for the ratings to be close to their real ratings, aka the World Chess Federation ratings. Uh, Having a small rating changes is probably what they found to be the best solution for keeping it closely connected with the World Chess Federation ratings. Well, I mean, the World Chess Federation FIDE has they have made some mistakes with their coefficients lately. The rating system is one of the best things they have going, but they it's not like they haven't made mistakes there either. And especially in the world, the blitz and rapid ratings is pretty outrageous what they did. And it's very, very strange that they're not correcting their mistakes. Essentially, the more games you play in a short amount of time, the lower the coefficient should be. Basically, the more games you play each month, the lower the sensitivity, the rating sensitivity, the spikes, the natural fluctuations should be. And they really haven't handled that very well. And also, for instance, there are many kids, like talented kids, playing 3 tournaments in a month where the rating doesn't properly update itself, where also the sensitivity is too high, so that there are kids who gain more rating than they actually kind of their performance should have given them on account of just playing many tournaments in 1 month. K factor, yes, K factor or coefficient, Henker. G3, yeah, I think it's normal-ish, normal-ish. I'm basically waiting for him to move his knight so that I can move my knight into the center. Dave coming in with a 111 bits. Thank you so much, Dave. With that, Dave also takes the number 3 spot for February. Just a little shout out. Yeah, my pawns are under pressure, and I am somewhat concerned. And I am considering very desperate means. I am considering taking here. I mean, it cannot possibly be any good. I'm still considering it. I need to stop considering it. But the problem is, if I make some exchange, then the pressure against my queen side could be pretty annoying. Probably I should just do this. When I spend a minute 30 on a move, I should just play the exciting move, and if I lose, I lose. You could fix that if you rate one tournament fully at a time. Yes, that is true, Press. That would fix one of the issues. Is it the best fix? I don't know. But there fixes exists for sure. Where's Chess 24 headquarters? It's in Hamburg, Doan, Germany. I think Hamburg is also the headquarters for Chess Base. So a lot of the chess tech companies are located pretty close to each other. It's tempting to go here, but I don't think it works properly. Is Chess 24 and Chess Base related at all? No. Not that I know. I think I would know. Okay, we got the initiative in this game. We're pushing him back. We got a good pawn structure. We're going to get this bishop involved. We got control over the open file. We're going to get the knight also into the action. I'm liking this. Takes, queen takes. Nothing much going on. So my concern now is that I'm just going to exchange off everything and my queen is kind of stuck. So we should try to remedy that somehow. Not sure how though. I think we're just going to have to do this endgame. I don't really want to do that though. I don't really want to do it, but also I'm getting low on time. I really need to play this move. I'm not sure he's going to allow me though. Okay, he probably should have played f5 to stop this g4 move. It's not like the end of the world, but it's giving me some potential. Okay, that was a very strange move. Okay, now I'm winning. Okay. It was a good pawn ending, but he was pretty cooperative to go into the pawn end game. With the 2v1 blocked on the queen side, all of the pawn end games are just gonna be very good for me. I'm basically a pawn up, because these two pawns are just as valuable as this one pawn. This one pawn is holding these two, which means that I have a 4v versus 3 on the king side. There's no chance he's surviving that. It's basically as if I had a pawn end game with a pawn up, which is very often winning. Especially with it being so far advanced. Yeah, that's true. So if my pawn was back on b3, then it wouldn't work the same way. But it's also about the fact that he cannot sacrifice this one pawn to get a queen with the other one. So yeah, it being this far up the board does matter. Because he can't attack your b pawn. I would say kind of regardless. I think say we move it one to the left. Say we have the pawn on a5 and the pawn on a6 and the pawn on b7. So basically we swap the b file and the a file. In which case black can attack my pawn, but it doesn't matter because he needs the king to defend over here. And when I get the big breakthrough, you're just defenseless regardless. I'm not gonna play blindfold today, Sergey. I'm not set up for that. Okay, let's move on. It's Jonathan next. If his kingside pawns weren't mangled, then he's okay. No, he's not okay regardless, because it's a 4v3 on that side. Overton, I will do whatever you like. I prefer a 3 minute, but at the same time, I tend to lose a lot of 3 minute games. So maybe I should stop preferring that. Yeah, Krishna, I'm only streaming on Chess24. You've been around for the last couple of months. You know how it works. I challenged in 3 minutes then, Overton says with a ha ha ha. I suspect he's looking for a win on time. He's not the only one. I'll make sure to play faster. He also streams bad Fortnite. No, don't. Take that back right now. I play magnificent Fortnite. Have you not seen me lately? I was yeah no I've been killing it. I'm playing very well. Thanks, Chaz. You're not the first to have the intention of using my e4 repertoire against me. Boop. I'm not sure it's gonna work for you, but you're welcome to try. Okay, so basically in this pawn structure, if he takes, I'm gonna take back with the d pawn. So I'm actually actively taking away from the center, but at the same time, despite kind of moving my pawns away from the center, I'm increasing my central influence because I'm opening up on the d file, being able to put pressure on those central squares with my queen and rook and company. Um, so even though taking it away from the center is kind of what you're taught not to do, in these kind of positions, I kind of like it. I get some nice open files. No, I was not named after Ludwig van Beethoven. No. I was actually named after my grandmother's cousin, who was he smuggled people to Sweden during the war, and he was tortured and killed not too not too long before the peace arrived. Some family history right there. Yeah. We had, I mean, I think it's good to remember that we had like some pretty serious wars in our lifetime. Not our lifetime, but people who live right now, they've seen some stuff. Grandmother, Sergey, but yes. Okay, I think we're doing pretty okay. I would really much like to play d5. Once again, opening up in the center. But we have to time it correctly, and we need to have good control on these other squares. And now I think the timing is right. No, we'll wait one more move, putting the rook pointing down towards the queen. There's some potential for that being an effective strategy. If the queen moves, I might even move the other rook to get into position. Yeah, I don't know, Sergey. I don't think Norway worships its heroes the same way, let's say, other countries do. Oh, this is, ooh, very good. If knight c3, I could have taken this one and then gone knight d4. Would have been pretty good. Crazy how many people died around World War II. I mean, it was a world war for a reason, I suppose. Have you defeated Magnus in a standard game? Yes, I have. If you go into Twitch chat, I can give you the link to my most recent also game against Magnus, where the world champion, reigning world champion, went down. Okay, we have successfully acquired the bishop pair. We're using the bishop pair to point down towards white's position and we are immediately rewarded with just capturing free stuff. Well, I mean, we can maybe disagree. Agree to disagree, Sergey. I agree that sometimes people are almost worshipped, but at the same time, I don't. You have a very strange relationship with your military, because on one hand, you're all about, oh, the military, a great honor, thank you for serving, all of that stuff. But at the same time, the amount of PTSD and homelessness and stuff like that among U.S. military veterans is pretty insane, and it doesn't really there's a mismatch with how you talk about the military and how you kind of in reality take care of them. There's a difference between how you speak about them and how you care for them. Your between your actions and your talk, in my opinion. How are heroes considered in the Norwegian society? Well, I think it's just the heroes of Norway, unfortunately, and this is not to our credit, the heroes in Norway are athletes. So the same way you talk about kind of your military, sometimes I feel like we talk about our athletes. Um, so yeah, I mean, I guess every country has their nationalism, and in Norway, it's very much based on athletic performance. Pizza Racer actually suggesting Zlatan as a potential example of a hero that's not working out in Sweden. There's a lot of Swedes who are fond of Zlatan as well, though. Is there mandatory military service in Norway? Yes, Stone. Yes, there is. Which is also a huge difference compared to, for instance, the US. And now the new thing, I think like 10ish years ago, the new thing is that there's mandatory military service for both girls and boys. Oh, really, Bamdisi? You were in the Marines? I know that BJH. He's a moderator in Alexandra's channel. I think he also served. In general, I feel like there's just more people who served in the US because your military is so huge also. But in Norway, it will be pretty common for people to serve their 1 year mandatory, and then kind of, yeah, and then you don't really shoot a gun ever again. What did you do when you were serving in the military? Very good question, Doan. Now you're asking all the right questions. Because I have said it's mandatory and I am a Norwegian. But, and this is a huge but, it's pretty easy to get away from if you don't wanna do it. So because I was accepted into a uh, to university, I could choose not to serve if I didn't want to. Um, so I didn't actually do military service. But they wanted me back. I made a bit of a mistake. When I went to kind of the checkup where they assess you for whether or not you're fit to do military service, I thought maybe I would get out because of my eyesight, but that was not a chance. And we had discussed in my family before this kind of evaluation that I should try not to be super competitive on the intelligence test. But you know, when you sit down and you know there's someone taking time, and you know there's stuff is happening, you get into it. You get into it. So I've aced my kind of skill test. I don't know what you would call it. It was a test of logic and language and maybe some maths. I'm not sure. Um, and I completely aced it. And I think because I aced it, I ended up being called into the military 3 times. But luckily, I was in school all 3 times, so I was allowed to say no. Aptitude test. Yes, that's a good one. Thank you, Kwesi. Okay. Did this man properly consider this move? I guess he did. Da, 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 da. Yeah, that's not going to help us. I guess we just keep going on this side. Okay, I'm not playing this very well. I have misplayed this. We're gonna have to work a little to get a draw. I'm playing this horrendously. Someone's about to get flagged. Feels bad. Big choke. Isn't it also that Norwegians do well in biathlon because of the military? Maybe through history, Grand Maestro. That might be true. I think biathlon was originally like a military sport. And Norway probably did well at the beginning because our soldiers were winter trained, were trained to ski and stuff on their missions. Um, but I think the last couple of years, we do well in biathlon because we have strong traditions for doing well in biathlon more than any military reasoning. The Atlantic Road is very nice, Boop. I've been there. It's nice. Pizza Racer did 10 months in the army driving terrain vehicles with a humongous cannon tube for killing tanks. Wow. Yeah, my dad was in the military during the Cold War. And I legitimately am not sure I can tell you what he did. That might be classified. But anyway, I killed it on the aptitude test, and I got called into the military 3 times. But I was luckily in school, so I was allowed to kind of say no or defer or whatever they call it. But had they, there was like 1 year in between some of the call-ins I had to the military, where I was doing chess full time, basically unemployed. Doing chess full time is code for being unemployed, uh, to most people, I would suppose. And if I had been called in at that time, I probably would have, number one, I probably would have had to do it. Number two, maybe I would have wanted to do it. I don't know. Were you always a top student? I had okay grades, Bum DC, but I was not a good student. I didn't work hard enough. Good thinking, Atar Adav. You got deferment for education also. Yeah, so it's kind of the same system, I suppose. Hey, Elior. Norwegian ski patrol. It's actually ski infantry, time god, but you're on the right track. Aren't all wars cold in Norway? Yeah, especially because during the Cold War, most of the stuff going on was like in the mountains of northern Norway, which is where we have our border with Russia. That's where like all the military stuff was stationed. It was a very cold war. If Hammer knows it, it's definitely not classified. Well, I mean, my dad might have told me something that he wasn't supposed to tell me. I mean, it's not like anyone cares about the Cold War nowadays, but suddenly someone does, right? I don't really fully understand what he did, but yeah. I think he was doing code something. He was sitting in some mountain in northern Norway, way deep inside the mountain, so that they couldn't get bombed or anything. And he was decoding stuff. BD Bola, I am considering making a repertoire for Black. Actually, this week I have to make a decision on whether or not I'm gonna do it, because it needs to get done before the candidates, due to studio availability. So I'm making a decision on whether I'm going to do the Black repertoire this week. So if you come by next week, I will have potentially news for you on this topic. Okay, we're moving on. Next up is Tari, then Grisu, Syrian, and Ansi. Uh, Boop, I would say Sicilian in general is a very tricky opening. I don't really have a huge preference for one line over another, in regards to how it fits. for a club player. I'm a professional player and I struggle to understand the Sicilian. It's a tricky opening. Okay, Tari, we actually have a huge number of people interested in playing today. So, unless you're here in 10 seconds, we're gonna move on. Do you like the Caracan? Yes, I do, Undisputed. I've been playing quite a bit of Caracan the last 5 years. But now I'm in a Petrov mood, surprisingly. The last couple of black games, I've been playing the Petrov. It worked out pretty well for me. But there's no telling what I'm going to do in my next tournament. Bye, Elior. Berlin for the win? Yeah. That's more my way of playing chess. Not sure that is particularly suitable for club players either. What I find really interesting is about the Berlin is how we struggled to figure out that it was even a good opening until Kramnik, did his thing. But Alpha Zero, without human intervention, came up with Berlin as the number one opening for black. That's pretty freaky. Yeah, stalemate. We'll see if we can get a Berlin similar to that one this year. That would be pretty sick. Good evening, Kaya. No, I'm playing whomever is challenging. Sometimes we have high-rated opponents challenging, though. I can't guarantee to only do high-rated opponents because I can only play premium members. And with that kind of, it already reduces my options. Do we take with the queen or with the knight? I guess we take with the queen. I don't know if it was an article, Time God, but it's kind of it's the number one recommended move, and it was the most played or something. Maybe I'm confusing Alpha Zero with the Leela, but it's same difference. They have a similar way of thinking about chess. Yeah, no, I understand that, Kaya, but at the same time, it's less fun for me when I lose. This piece is gonna have to move, and I guess back is the only option. Wait, so what has happened here is that I have the better pawn structure. Um, since these pawns on the side are split. But on the other hand, he has the bishop pair. Although, there's a question whether or not that bishop pair is actually going to survive the next couple of moves. Because now I'm attacking the bishop, and if it chooses to go back, then I can continue moving forward. This is a bit of a problem. What were you doing when you were a club player? I was playing the Petrov actually. The no, the French. The French I was playing. It's an interesting story, Boop. Um, the evolution of my opening repertoire. I kind of want to take this one, but at the same time, giving away a bishop is not what I'm supposed to do. But I really want to do it. The thing is, here we get a position where this bishop is kind of squashed. And also this bishop not so great either. It's going to have to place itself on h3. And it doesn't really have that big of a future on the edge over there. So if I'm patient, I go g6. But if I'm impatient, and I think I am today, we're just going to go after this guy. For white, I was doing... Oof, yeah, you don't want to copy my white openings. It was not very impressive. I was doing the reti for some time. I was pretty good at that. I had very mature positional understanding for my age, I like to think. That was a really good move, actually. That was a really good move, because now the rook is going to go... He's going to go rook d4 next move, and there's really nothing I can do to stop it. Yeah, so I may have to just try to start the complications immediately. Can I take this one? I'm not sure. That could lead to some trouble, but we're gonna do it anyway. See what happens. Okay, he took. There was a chance to go rook c1, which would have been somewhat scary. But he didn't do it, so we're fine. We're ready to go. We can try to find some sort of checkmating plan. I don't see it though. Yeah, I should have played that g6 move earlier. It's just a very useful move to have made. And then I think I'm going to go rook d2. My knight is limiting white's options, so it's pretty good. How good is Firouzja? He's pretty good. I would say better than average. You gained 55 rating points in your last tournament while using my repertoire? That's very cool, Boop. I'm very glad to hear that. Okay, so he's gonna try to give a check and then go queen f4. It might work. We'll just move the king to start. And if he goes queen b8 now, he's not really hiding his intentions. I might go g5, but then he'll go g4. I need to go faster. Excuse me. He's still young, Chess. Give him a couple more years and we'll evaluate him after that. Good result with your repertoire against versus the Scandinavian. Oh man. Did I mess up my Scandinavian recommendations? Are we getting beat by the John Bartholomew crowd? It's disappointing. man. Oh man. Trying to change my mind all the time, and in the end we win. Okay, we got the win. It was not the cleanest victory ever, but it's good enough. Perpetual, I think he got a lot of undeserved. Um, I don't know. I don't think you can imagine sitting at the board, losing on time in a winning position because your opponent just has a bishop left. I mean, of course, he was always gonna lose the appeal, but the fact that he made the appeal after that finish and with the adrenaline pumping and so on and so forth, I don't think that's very strange. I don't understand why so many people are giving him a hard time about it. I feel like people are failing to kind of appreciate the stress you're under in the moment. Was it a winning position, the final one, Kaya? Yeah, I was a pawn up, probably winning. Haha, sure, Mario. I'm not saying he was ever gonna win the protest, but also, I mean, I think what he actually protested in the end was Magnus's outburst. Because Magnus swore in Norwegian loud so that people could hear it during the game. Which is like you're not allowed to do that. Yes, of course, Faruja was way too late to complain after the fact, after the game had finished. But I mean, I don't know. I don't think anyone was in the right in that whole situation. At least Faruja learned a Norwegian word. Yeah, that is true. Very useful for Fortnite play. And some people may have mentioned that I'm swearing in German. I don't know why, I just like it. But you know, having some swear words in some foreign languages is very useful. It's good for the soul. I also know how to swear in Lithuanian. Very, very useful. What did he swear? He said "fun" or something to that effect. Basically means. I mean, the thing is, rest of the world has a bit of a different relationship with swearing than English speaking parts of the world. So I would translate it as shit, but at the same time, I know that shit has some extreme connotations or is considered way more extreme in English speaking countries than, the rest of the world. Grisu feels bad. I was both attacking the rook and getting ready to trap the rook in the corner. And that's what happens when you don't develop your pieces. Bad things happen. Lithuanian of all languages? Yeah, you gotta be international, Mario. Anything you can do. Interestingly, and this I find pretty funny, the Lithuanian word for hello is ačiū. So whenever you sneeze, you can just say hello back. Ačiū. But it's spelled in a, let's just say very different way. So it's spelled like ACIU or UI or something. But it's pronounced ačiū. Oh, it's thank you. Oh, what did I say it was? I got it mixed up. And you, oh, I said it was hello. Oh, never mind. Thank you, I meant. It's still a very useful word. And the swear word I know is blemba, which is just, it's fun to say, you know? That's what I want from a swear word. I want it to be fun to say. And I don't want anyone else to know what it means, which is why swear words in rare language, well, I would say Lithuanian is rare. I mean, there's fewer of them than there are Norwegians, which is pretty impressive. Yeah, I would agree with that, Amma. I would agree. Magnus is clearly the best in the world, regardless of the result in the match. Yes, I agree. But at the same time, I don't think, I don't think too many people care about who's the best if Fabiano manages to beat Magnus in a match. You can say that Magnus is the better player all you want, but it cannot escape the fact that Magnus lost the match. So while I don't think it's going to be disputed that Magnus is number one, I do think that there's quite a lot on the line, regardless. Who would you bet on in the candidates? Fabiano. Fabiano is looking very, very good. I was saying Fabiano is the clear favorite even before he just destroyed the field in the Netherlands. So I'm trying to count pieces. I'm not sure I was successful here, but I think he takes that one, I take that one, he moves his bishop, I move my bishop, and there's some potential checkmate in the end. Some people say Ding is playing like a machine. Ding is pretty good, but I think Fabiano is a different level. What do you think if Ding and Wang Hao doesn't get visa to Russia for the candidates because of the coronavirus? That's just not gonna happen. It might be tempting at times to ask questions about something that's never gonna happen, but it's not very constructive, I think. Um, of course, they're gonna get a visa. Would be quite the organizer scandal if not. Russia is not gonna let themselves be scandalized. So I'm not very concerned about that. Um, what's going on here? I wanted to take this pawn. Oh, wait. I'm so blind. I was trying to remember. I was trying to think. I thought there was a reason I was threatening that pawn out there on the edge. I just completely forgot why I hadn't considered this knight b4 move at all. It happens sometimes. It happens. I felt there was a reason why I didn't consider it. I completely forgot about it. Let's just, I think, keep taking his pieces. Because there's a very nice checkmate here I want to do. Oh, please let me... Aww. I really wanted him to let me do the checkmate. He's not letting me do it, is he? Oh, wait. That's the second time in the game. My board vision is not amazing right now. I'm taking some time to see the best options, but it's good. We have the time for it. I think I spent a total of 1 minute on two like very obvious moves. You were wondering what I was thinking? Yeah, it would be strange if you weren't, Tactitus. I mean, Time God, he probably doesn't care about the Pro Chess League at all. I wouldn't judge that for a second. He probably just thinks it's a chore. I don't know if you've seen some of... Because MVL is quite active on the chess.com scene. But the Pro Chess League games, he's blitzing every single game. Playing very quickly, not taking it seriously at all. But still beating me. So, it works for him. Hey, Benishal. Gnomes are playing tomorrow, Jake. 5:30, I think. Hey, Mick. Hey, Anurag. Yeah, Mick, I do. Are you in the starting lineup? I think I am, yes. I'm pretty sure. You like the English opening? It's pretty good, 5 card. But what I find very strange is that well, it's kind of related to the English opening at least. That I quite like playing against I like playing against the English by playing e5 and doing what's known as the reversed Sicilian. But anytime I play one e4 and my opponent responds with c5, I'm completely lost and I have no idea what to do. Basically, my psychology is completely destroyed on whether I'm to move or not in the position after c4, e5, which just is embarrassing, really. Because my score with the Sicilian as white is terrible, but at the same time, my score with the reversed Sicilian with the black pieces is great. And the mentality between being white and being black apparently is so different that it's messing with my head. Yatsuman, I didn't see the Super Bowl halftime show. Is that something I'm supposed to be up to date on? I heard that it was Shakira and Beyonce, Madonna, something like that. J Lo. Okay, it was a girl at least. I had parts of my facts in order. You missed nothing, says Ches. I'm choosing to trust you, sir, because that seems it's good if I didn't miss anything. So I'm choosing to trust you on that. What are we doing with our pieces here? I guess we're moving this rook here. And then we're moving this rook here. We're threatening checkmate. Maybe he's not going to notice. I'm very low on time. My position is unbelievable, but I'm very low on time. This is not good. Why am I allowing myself to get into some kind of tricky situation? Also, this man is very dead. He's a very dead man. That collapsed pretty quickly, I would say. Rook h3 check was winning the knight. I don't think so. I'm good. I got it protected. No cause for alarm, addict. Is it possible to watch chess players like MVL and Magnus on the line? Yes, Georg. Actually, it's good you're on this very site watching this very show, because this is one of the ways you can watch the top players playing on the Chess24 server. And one of the other players who have sessions like these playing against the viewers is Magnus himself. So if you want to be a Chess24 premium member, you are you can be among the challenger when Magnus does his what they call banter blitzes, sessions of playing against viewers. How many hours do you think you spent studying to and playing to become a grandmaster? I don't really know, Jib Peter. For me, it was kind of like what I wanted to do always was play chess, and so I just kept doing it, and I didn't really look at the clock when doing it. I'm guessing I spent quite a few hours, but I did also play quite a bit of Civilization. So, had I played less Civilization in my youth, maybe I would have been a better chess player. You never know. Did Magnus already get to 29? If you're talking about age, then yes, Jake. If you're not talking about age, I don't really know what you're referring to. Is there a connection between Chess24 and Chessable? Yes, Blind Broccoli. So Chess24 and Chessable are both owned by Play Magnus, the mother company. So they are part of the same chess enterprise. Kunsan? I'm not sure what Kunsan is in English. Magnus is the owner of Chess24. Magnus has a significant ownership share in Play Magnus, which is the company that owns Chess24. Oh, I'm not sure, Jake. I wouldn't think so. He seemed a bit lucky to get to 28. I don't think he got to 29 just yet. Noah, I'm playing both 5 minute and 3 minute, whatever you challenge. Civilization surely helped develop your chess strategic feeling. Yeah, that's. I mean, I wouldn't rule it out, Mario. I like that explanation. I like that theory. Yeah, Alberton, F6 was mate. I played it a move too late, but it's fine. Didn't really matter that much. Will a chess player ever hit 3,000 chess rating? Yes, Francis. It will happen. E5, that's very aggressive, going after my knight, but at the same time giving me an opportunity to go after what? I don't think that was the best move. This is a big problem. Big problem. Imagine sitting there, getting your game. You've been waiting for a long time. You get your game. You're ready to play, and then that happens, and your rook is gone in the first minute. Feels bad, man. Well, I mean, Hiyata, the thing about the 10,000 hours is that, are we really saying it's applicable regardless of the quality of your training? 'Cause I'm not sure we should say that. This seems like normal play to you, Blue Kez. Yeah, that's that's fine. The knight capturing the rook in the corner. I have seen that happen to my dad many times. That is true. At some point, I really wanted my sister to play chess. I was trying to bribe her into playing some games on the line. And she did so well. She developed all her pieces, and things were looking good. And then suddenly her opponent brought the queen into the game and started capturing all her pawns. And like for the first three pawns she lost, she had massive compensation because she was doing so well with developing pieces and taking control in the center. But at some point, you lose too many pawns. Then it kind of fell apart. Whichever you prefer, Kleinmeister. I like 3 minutes, and it's also the best chance for you to beat me on time. Mario spent 10,000 hours playing 1 minute games on the internet. Didn't help at all. Yeah, so 10,000 hours isn't always the key. My sister doesn't have a rating, Noah. She never played a rated tournament game. I think she would be like, I like to think she would be like 800 on the internet, but I don't know if that's true. Hyataman, that seems to check out. 10,000 hours watching Twitch chess hasn't gotten Hyataman to GM level, but it has improved his troll level. And that's basically you need to you're only getting better at the activity you're actually doing. So watching other people playing chess isn't gonna improve your ability to play chess. Um, but trolling that that does check out. It sounds like the way things are supposed to work. Hiata man. No, no, 5 minutes is completely fine. 10,000 hours is 6 years of 5 hours per day. Yeah, that it's quite a lot. It's why kids become good at stuff, not adults. Kids are the only ones with that amount of spare time. Phew, feels bad, Kleinmeister. Hey Anna, how are you doing? Thank you so much for the donation the other day. How many hours did you spend on Fortnite to get so strong? Well, that's the thing. So I have like, I think I have 700 hours in Fortnite. So I'm closing in on 10,000, I would say. But in addition to those 500,000, no, in addition to those 700 hours, I also have um I also have so many hours watching good players play Fortnite, which, it's not going to help me play Fortnite better, but it's going to help me understand kind of strategy and stuff like that. So, and kind of learning where to go and where the chests are and so on and so forth. So I feel like I have spent an extraordinary amount of hours in Fortnite without really much to show for it. How long do you think Magnus spends on chess every day? I am actually quite curious about that myself, Noah. I am pretty curious about that. Because my impression is that he doesn't look that much at chess, but he has a lot of kind of things going on in his head continuously. Like at some point, the difficulty doesn't become whether or not you. I'm trying to remember how this line goes. I think maybe this is the move. Or maybe I was supposed to give a check and then castle. Yeah, I think I was supposed to give a check and then castle. Okay, you're not supposed to take with a bishop. This much I know. Ooh, that's very greedy. You're not supposed to do that. Um, so I mean, I think he doesn't spend a lot of time on chess, but kind of his head is constantly spinning to think about chess, whether he wants to or not, really. Um, so I think he's getting more than enough chess, and if anything, he's trying to kind of minimize to make sure that he's able to rest when there's no tournament or anything to consider. I don't feel like this went as well as I expected it to. I guess we're gonna start with moving the rook here. And now he's gonna play c6 next move. I don't know really what we do about c6. Do we take this one? I'm getting very low on time as well. Okay, we'll try this move. Gone bad? I don't feel like I did anything wrong. I still got all my pieces involved. I mean, I don't see the problem. Okay, I guess here we got the rook back. But on the other hand, then he has a very well placed knight in the center. Maybe it wasn't that good for me to get the rook back, because this knight is such a monster. I made a big mistake trying to grab that rook. Now I'm losing on time. Feels bad. Yeah, I definitely misplayed this. I'm not happy with what I did. What are you gonna do? Yeah, this knight in the center is just such a monster. It's giving me nightmares. Please take my rook. At least it's gonna make my defensive moves a bit easier. This is not good. Okay, we got the win on time. It's fine. Easy win. No problem. Hammer in pre-move mode is so impressive. I'm not sure that was impressive at any level, but it was enough to get the win. More important, is Magnus a good Fortnite player too? I don't really know whether Magnus ever has played Fortnite. I would actually venture a guess that Magnus never played Fortnite ever. What do you think about Magnus's latest opening? Jam Snacker, that opening you're mentioning looks a lot better than Magnus's normal openings. Dirty flag? Yeah, that's how we do it, Sharky. Big dirty flag. Hey Marius, how are you doing? Dirty flag is a way of life. It's what we do. When you can't really consistently play good moves, dirty flag is there to save us always. Luck is not a coincidence, Boopnath. Who did I donate 100 points to? I mean, what are you talking about? My rating is way up compared to, not too long ago. I'm winning points. What that says about the situation prior is a different matter. Yeah, I'm not happy with where I put my knight. Marius, I didn't really read, no. I think I skimmed through it. Is there anything in particular you're thinking about? Are you aggravated? You seemed a bit less calm than normal on Discord. Let's see. I can, if I want to be like super cheeky, I can capture this one. Wait, what? Why did he put the bishop here? This is not the right square for the bishop. I can just play g5 and take the pawn. No, I lost a game earlier today, Alberton. Who would win you versus Jan Gustafsson over the board? I can assure you that if I ever played an over the board game with Jan, it would end in a draw. I don't think there's anyone who would think a game between such boring chicken guys would end in anything but a draw. I don't know. I think Velhoven has been pretty poor, but that's just my opinion. I feel for those newspaper columnists though, having to, write something all the time, have an opinion on things, even when they're not really that knowledgeable on the topic or anything. It's gotta be tricky. But I have higher expectations of them. Yeah, we're discussing Norwegian newspaper columnists that are getting on Marius's nerves. An op-ed opinion person, editor. I don't know what the correct term in English is. I think this move is pretty good. He's doing his job right if we're talking about it. Yeah, that's kind of true. We should just ignore him. It's solid advice right there. Ignoring annoying people. It's a bad strat when you're a streamer. You need to, as a streamer, you need to ban the annoying people. Or at the very least, do a rant. As a streamer, doing rants at annoying people is very. Because it fires up your usual crowd and it fires up your energy. And yeah, it's a good strategy. Let's use the rook. Get the journalist in here so Marius can hand out the ban. Wow. I guess you would like that, wouldn't you, Marius? That would make your day. Come on. And what would make my day is you playing that move. Yes, thank you. I was looking for that. The timing was perfect. Make my day. Play that knight back. And we get another win. And we get a sub. Perfect reward. And it's Karma Dumpster with the sub. Thank you so much, Karma. That pawn on e4 was dominating? I kind of disagree. I don't think it was that amazing. Because when it's on e4, it's kind of blocking my bishop. But we don't have time to discuss. We're moving on. We're going to the next one. And it's Vincent. Oh wow, Marius. I'm not sure about elevator etiquette there. Well, we're gonna need chat's opinion to decide. Because I'm kind of with Marius on this one. That if someone pushes the elevator close to your floor, then you should go off the elevator at that floor and take one flight of stairs, and then you still save yourself like a ton of flights. But you're not kind of just distracting the rest of the group. I kind of agree with Marius on this one. But at the same time, I imagine, for instance, in the US, I don't see people being very willing to walk in the US. I tried getting Aquila to walk with me in New York. That just that or in no in San Francisco. I wanted to go to this park next to the Golden Gate, and I told Aquila, "Yeah, we can go. We can. It's like a 5 kilometer walk. We'll do it in less than an hour." And he was not very interested. And I get the general feeling that Americans are not very used to walking, at the very least compared to Norwegians, but I imagine also compared to the rest of the world. 5 kilometers is long? Yeah, but it's less than an hour, Marius. It's sightseeing. We could have seen a Lombardy Street on the way. There were options. They have cars in the US. We have cars in Norway also. We just don't use them as often. Oh, Lombard. My bad, Noah. Lombardi is the chess player, isn't it? Wow, Marius, are you failing to do math in your head? I'm disappointed. I'm disappointed. Oh, really, Greg? Where did you go to school? But that's good five card draw. You may have been surprised, but good for you. So basically, university towns, Greg. I guess it matters whether or not you're kind of in a decent sized city or not. But I mean, I've been to New York a couple of times the last year, and I mean, I'm walking across Manhattan on a regular basis, and I think it's pretty nice. I think it's amazing that in such a big city with those amazing skyscrapers, you can still just, stroll about at 11 p.m. in the evening. Hardly any sidewalks. Yeah, that's gonna be a problem, Greg. How did Civ 5 go? I mean, I thought I was completely winning, and then I wasn't sure. And as of yet, I'm still not entirely sure how we're doing. We'll try to finish it sometime. Walking is a city thing, though. Yeah, that is true. That is true. But most people in the world do live in the city. Is he just gonna defend this? It's kind of weird. Okay, I freaked him out a little bit with my pawn. I had the idea that if he takes this one, then I can use my king. But if he had gone f5, maybe I made a mistake. He could have gone f5 and then gotten his pawn back. I'm not sure this was as easily winning as I assumed it was. This is probably easily winning though. Yeah, here if I go like g5. G5 is a good move, it just needs to be executed correctly. Because if he takes, then my king is just going to take everything over here. So he needs to go f5, but here I can open up, give myself a passed pawn, and then I just move on both sides of the board. And he can't really stop both of my pawns. Are you more excited about the Banter Blitz Cup than the Pro Chess League? Yes, I am. I am. I'm gonna be playing my. I'm not sure what stage it is. I think it's the last 16 now, or something like that. And there's big prizes on the line. This is the first round with prizes in the Banter Blitz Cup, and it's I don't know. I don't remember the amount exactly, but I remember thinking it was a lot of money. So it's gonna be exciting. city thing and a mountain thing. Yeah. I remember also walking around in Philadelphia. Philadelphia was a really interesting city. And basically, I walked from the city hall, which was this very interesting building in the middle of tons of skyscrapers. And then you just walk along the skyscrapers, and then suddenly you kind of end up in some sort of a park. Still, like it feels like you're in the middle of a huge city, and and there's the Independence Hall and the thingy, the Liberty Bell, and all of that stuff. Just yeah, amazing part of history in the middle of just a big city. Also, Central Park. I don't think Central Park gets enough credit. It's one of the largest parks I have ever seen, and it's in the middle of the most densely populated kind of city area I know. It's very very freaky. Also, Magnus waiting at the end. Well, that's the thing. I don't think I can get Magnus before the final, which suits me pretty well. If I can win this one, and then if I also manage to win the next one, I'm gonna be like in the semifinal or something. We're closing in on the end of the Banter Blitz Cup. Gradually, or not even gradually, the number of participants are being halved at an alarming rate. As much national history in Philly as DC. Yeah, for sure. I mean, Philadelphia was the capital of the US during the Revolutionary War, right? Or was it? It was a very important city, at the very least. Did you play chess at the park in Philly? No, I didn't, Noah. Is that a thing? I've played park chess in San Francisco and in New York and in um, I feel like there's one more place. No, maybe I'm confusing. There's two places in New York. It's both Washington Square Park and Union Square. I played both places. Park chess in Oslo? No, I have not actually, Marius. Is that a thing? Where did you play park chess in San Francisco? I think there was some people playing at the Yerbo Bueno Gardens, but my impression was that it was just one or two people offhand playing. But yeah, I actually took Anna. I took Anna to the Yerbo Bueno Gardens. It was my favorite place in San Francisco. And I said, "You should really come." And she said, "I would love to come." So we went to the gardens. It's a nice place. Two people who played park chess in Oslo got killed by a roving polar bear. The joke works better if you say Norway, though, instead of Oslo. Oh, really, Noah? It's a really nice area. I really like that park. And one of my biggest memories from being a kid, I that's the reason I wanted to go there in the first place, was because I had this memory from my childhood that we went to the MLK memorial, and I remember kind of really liking it, and so I went back when I visited for the Pro Chess League. What's making me a hippie now, Torquay? Please inform the class. Golden Gate Park is bigger than Central Park. Yeah, but it's not in the middle of everything though, Jake. Golden Gate Park is kind of on the outskirts, but Central Park is just right in the middle of everything. Karma Dumpster, yes, people do play chess in bars in Oslo. There's also a specific chess pub, chess bar, the Good Night. They started business a year and a half ago now, and they're still going strong, and they're still having events and stuff going on. And no, I'm not one of the owners of the chess pub. Hey, chess man, how are you doing? Yeah, that was a good move. He made a good call to just give up the pawn. Let it go. Really, Chigas? You playing the Popcorn Liga? I was doing some event with Tekna, and some of the guys there were big Popcorn Liga participants. So it seems as though they really hit a market there. Speaking of hitting stuff, I suspect Kleinmeister is currently hitting his head, because this pawn just became a queen. Unexpectedly, I must say. But there's nothing black can do to stop it at this stage. Ooh, that's good, Karma Dumper. Dumpster. Actually, I live 200 meters away from the Good Night Chess Pub. So if I were to leave this room right now and run, I could be there in a minute. 5 card draw. Yes, I play d4, but I try to vary my openings. Yeah, chess pubs are. It's an interesting concept, Karma. It's even in Norway, where chess at the moment is hugely popular. It's never a guarantee that it's going to work out financially. Investing in nightlife is one of the riskiest investments you can make. I actually did consider getting a ownership share in the pub, but I felt they weren't really interested in giving me a big enough share to kind of feel like I'm part of the part of the thing. PCL will never be the same, Steve Ice, but it doesn't need to be for the worse. For the worst, though. We now have a team with Wesley and Fabiano and Lequan. It's the number of high top tier duels is gonna be very interesting. Yeah, I'm not happy with the way I played this. My pawn on c5 is going to be in trouble. I played this very poorly. Actually, I think that pawn is just dead. No, wait, I have to go back. That's how we solve it. But it's still a really bad position. A really 5-card draw? 3 chess pubs. That's pretty extreme. The Netherlands has big interest in chess, huh? Yeah, we're just gonna have to try to survive. Unfortunately, try to get some kind of an end game with a pawn down, something like that. White is better. Wow, no kidding. No kidding. Are you really saying white is better in this position? With my rook completely trapped in the corner? But we're trying to survive. We're doing our best. It's not good. It's not good. I will agree it's not good. But we out here. We trying. We can try to get the win on time. It's what we do. Every game. Always. Okay, that was a mistake. Wait, I could have just taken the bishop. Why didn't I just take the bishop? I'm so silly. I'm so dumb. I could have just taken the bishop. For some, I don't know what happened in my head. Just some sort of a malfunction. Yeah, now this I'm not gonna survive. Just bishop h5. Game over. Okay, that was a huge mistake. I don't understand why he did that. Bishop h5 was just such an easy win. If I had more time, I would have had a chance, but what are you gonna do? Oh, why are you taking with a pawn? Yeah, it's it's funny how such innocent openings can turn out so bad. But yeah, bishop f6 was a terrible move because I ended up having to move the bishop back again afterwards. And then in conjunction with the bishop taking control on the long diagonal, I never managed to develop this bishop on c8. So yeah, I mean, probably I should have done something like b6 here. Just get that bishop into the game. I don't think you should be talking about pre-moves, Boop. You're lucky I didn't report you. No one can play at 2600 level strength and use just a second per move. Yeah, Silas, I'm playing viewers. I'm playing with the Chess 24 premium members. No, Sergey, D4 was good. I mean, yeah, you played that well. You just bishop takes b7 was pretty dumb. Because bishop h5 is just winning instantly. And also you should have played b4 when I played a4. You should always just seek to avoid exchanges, especially when I'm getting my rook activated. Viking Power, the queue is not too bad. I think you're second in the line. Wow, Silas, you just made a Chess 24 account? That's exciting. When I was a kid, I would be so crazy every time I found a new place to play chess online. I would be so excited to get my new rating. For some reason, it's got kids are strange, but I was so excited to get another chance to, I don't know, prove myself or something, right? So I was actively looking for new chess sites in order to find new places where I could get a rating. It's a powerful motivator, that's for sure. I don't know if any of how much experience with chess websites you guys have, but I always thought there was this place called chess.net or something like that. It had this big yellow logo or something. And I really liked that site. I thought it was underrated. Are we gonna be try to be fancy? I suspect we are. Oh, actually not. If rook takes f7, he can just go rook c7. That's not good for us. I guess we'll play in a more appropriate manner. MSN Zone, yeah, that was my first ever chess zone. 5 card draw. MSN Game Zone. 1999. Those were the good old days. I remember being a kid. We had just moved to the US and I didn't really understand that much English, but I really loved playing online. And there was this guy. I asked him whether he wanted to play, and he wrote sure. And I had to go get my dad, and I was asking him, "What is this guy saying? Is he angry with me?" Because in Norwegian, sur means that you're grumpy. Um, and it was quite similar to sure. So, I wasn't sure. I was 9. I didn't know any better. What age were you when you won your first tournament? Silas, in the US, they have what they call quads, where they basically take 4 people who are about the same strength and put them in together. So, contrary to kind of what I'm used to from Europe, the tournaments I played in the US weren't as difficult to win because there were only 4 people in each group. Um, so my first tournament, like Swiss tournament, I probably won when we moved back to Norway in year 2000. But my first tournament, the first I won was a quad in the US. Raviors, Halvard has used the NT command to show you the link to my next tournament. It's actually starting very soon. It's in 2 weeks in Kragerø. Have you ever played civilization tournaments? No. Do they exist? 5 card draw. Should we look into that? The quad concept sounds cool. Yeah, I kind of liked it. I tried organizing a tournament in Norway with a quad system, but it didn't really take off. I used it as kind of a way for people to get their FIDE Blitz rating, but I only did it the one time. Yeah, in general, I should figure out mods, ship ship it. I'm not so comfortable with how they work in any games really. Ooh, scared to. Maybe I should look into that. But it's more like a reminiscing more than actually wanting to check it out. Because it was just like ICC, you had to download an interface. So it wasn't browser based like it is today. Any goals for your chess career this year? I want to win the Norwegian championship. I'm an old man. I like trophies. We're gonna try to be the most most winning person in the Norwegian championship. That's gonna be the goal. I think the guy leading now, he has won the championship 8 times. I have won it 3 times. So it's doable. There's one single best strategy against Hammer, distract him in chat. That is true. That is very true. I don't know. We had Linux in my middle school. Um, but I always thought it looked a bit strange. I mean, if I was a soccer player, 29 would be at the end of my career. But since it's chess we do, I may have a couple of good years in me yet. Are you better than Ariantari? Yes. Yes, I am. You think I'm gonna talk to one of the big civilization streamers and ask him to set up the mods for me? Don't you think that would be kind of like some person contacting me, asking me to kind of tell him what the best chess openings are? That sounds like a terrible idea. Hey Ahmad, how are you doing? He'd help you out for sure. He's a nice guy. Yeah, this is the problem with having a reputation as a nice guy. People for some reason think you're never gonna they can do anything just because of your reputation. There was a comedian who had a funny comment about this, that for some of the people who like come off as nice guys in their comedy shows, people like get upset if they say no to being taken picture of or something. And the guys who are actively trying to be, jerks, people are just very happy that they just didn't swear at them while they said hello. It's like it's a real double standard in terms of how you're perceived. Maybe Civ players aren't as big divas as the chess players. Well, I mean, it would be difficult to be bigger divas than the chess guys. Yeah, that's not the guy. I think I was the guy I was referring to. Alex, I think was um, Jimmy Carr or Jack D or something like that. But it probably holds true for many people. Are you super famous in Norway? Yes, Ahmad. All very, very famous. Everyone knows who I am. Actually, today I met with my realtor, and he was saying yes, yes, yeah. Well, of course I have, I know of you, but it's nice to meet you as well. He was a fan. I'm hoping that's gonna help me out. That he's gonna make an extra effort selling my apartment. This knight is being trapped. I'm sorry to say. The power of the knights. His username is Power of Knights. And I'm about to take out both of them in one go. Feels bad. Oh man, he might be listening. He might be listening because that move almost saved his knights. But they're still stuck. Are you often challenged to blitz chess by random people? No, Alex. Do average Joes start talking to you on the street out of nowhere? No, I know. I once had a bus driver delay the entire bus because he noticed me as I was leaving and wanted to chat for a bit. That was pretty funny. That I thought was, yeah, really very funny. Never mind, people got places to be. The driver wanted to have a chat, so that's what we're doing. Is that what it means to be a real celebrity, Mario? Wow, power of the knights. He really likes his knights. He didn't even want to try to play this on. He just saw he lost both knights for a rook and he just said, no, I ain't having this. Yes, I may have a rook and a pawn, but I don't want to entertain the thought that I can defeat two knights. That probably is true, Alex. I probably would have forked his rooks at some point, at the very least. Okay, we're gonna try something new. We're trying the Dutch. That's a very aggressive opening, trying to take control in the middle while at the same time creating some imbalances. Stonewall is a Norwegian specialty, yeah, but this ain't the Stonewall. This is the aggressive version of the Dutch. Okay, did I make a mistake allowing him to take that? I thought, I get bishops. I can live with that. But I'm starting to think probably I shouldn't have weakened this f5 square that much. I have some regrets. Maybe we should just sacrifice? If I'm gonna sacrifice, this is the last chance. Nah, we're not doing it. If we're gonna sacrifice, we're gonna sacrifice on this side. Give up a rook or something, like a maniac. Biggest Stonewall expert is a Russian. I mean, that depends on what you mean when you say expert. Because the biggest expert in the Stonewall is Magnus. The guy who taught Magnus is Simon Augustine. And I would categorize both of those guys well before some Russian grandmaster who happens to play this. Exclusively? Really? He didn't play it against me. I'm pretty sure he didn't play the Stonewall against me. Maybe I guess I didn't allow him to. But also, he doesn't play the stone wall the same way Magnus does. So the old school way of playing the stone wall is putting your bishop in this long maneuver over to the king side. But the whole point of the way Seaman played the stone wall was that he would develop his bishop in the other direction. Two very different concepts. He saw that one coming. Oh, really? He played Bishop E8 against Frodo, one of the Norwegian kids. Wow, Halvard, are you just saving up at this point? Were you here yesterday, Halvard, for the Civilization stream? You could have farmed so many hammers. There's a kid named Frodo. No, his name is Frode. But you English-speaking people are not very good at saying Frode. So whenever he's referred to in an international context, he's now referred to as Frodo. That's awesome. Are you complimenting people's inability to say Norwegian names? That's really what's going on. It's why we say Magnus instead of Magnus. It's why we say. Now, actually, I have been quite insistent on people saying Jon Ludvig rather than John Ludvig or whatever else you could possibly come up with. Oh, really, Ulan? Did that work out for you? Just call him Frodo. Punctuation mark would have been a quicker fix. Imagine Vichy in Prague. Yeah, that's true. Just use hammer. Yeah, that's basically what I do, Adro. Just use hammer. Easy solution. Easy fix. No problem. It's a bit of a weird move. It's a very strange move. It might be good, actually. How do you pronounce Yod? Well, the thing is, how we pronounce the name of the letter and how we pronounce words containing the letter are two very different things. So we say yeah, 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 yif, yeah, ye. I don't think. Also, in general, I shouldn't be the one holding the lecture on how to pronounce things in Norwegian. I struggle. That was a really bad move. I really regret making that move, but it's too late. We're stuck with it. Should have moved my king or something. Oh, my position is so bad. That was a big blunder. Big, big blunder. Yeah, I'm dead lost. Does hammer mean anything in Norwegian? It means the same in Norwegian as in English. It is a tool with which you can hit things. Yeah, I don't have a single good move here. What happened after d6 instead of taking on e6? Yeah, I forgot about that move. I even for yeah, I was thinking about it and then I just forgot it again. That was much better than what he did. But what he did turned out to be very effective. I don't understand how I ended up in this much trouble so out of nowhere. Because here I really think I have a good position. Maybe I should have played like bishop b4. Yeah, this would have been better. But whenever you get this kind of pawn, you want to avoid it if possible. But I didn't avoid it. Good game, Forestry. Good game. Hmm. Under 2,900 again, yeah. Big feels bad. How many games did I lose today? Was that the third? Okay, we need to re-energize. Back over 2,900. That is the quest for today. Chess King, I'm playing against Chess 24 premium members. If you are a premium member, just feel free to challenge me. There's instructions if you type !challenge in the chat. My position was just bad forestry. I didn't have any good moves. Did I confuse my opening? I think I did. Been a long time since the Stonewall book came out? No. I mean, one Stonewall book a decade is more than enough. There was some Norwegians making a Stonewall book not too long ago, maybe 10 years, maybe less. Yeah, that's the one 5-card draw. Sverige was actually my first ever chess coach. True story. Well, actually, I had a chess instructor at my after school thingy. What do you call that? After school daycare? No, after school. Whatever it's called. I had a chess instructor, And then Sverre was my first like chess coach, where we would walk through games and talk about plans and all of that stuff. I'm getting outplayed. How is this happening to me? I'm getting outplayed. This doesn't feel good. I'm giving away bishops for free. I'm dead lost actually already. What is going on with the world? It's called AQS nowadays, Gondolius, but it's definitely not called SFU in English. Wow, Chess King, I know your sister. That sounds ominous. Do you care to explain, or are we just gonna leave it at that? Detention? I was never in detention, Punar. I want to state for the record that I was never in detention. I did have to turn a card a couple of times though. We had a system in our classroom that whenever you misbehaved, you had to turn a card, which was very literally, uh, we would have like one section per student on the wall. And then in these sections, there would be like pockets with cards. And when you had to turn a card, you had to take away the current status of your card and put it in the back so that a new card was now front and center. And basically, if you had to turn a card 3 times during a day, you would get to the red card, and then you would have to have detention. Sounds like a pagan ritual. If I had thought of that, I would have started a riot against the turn a card concept. I just didn't know how to rally the troops properly. It was a pretty good system actually. I quite liked it. And also legendarily, I remember CJ, how are you doing? Thank you for the 100 bits. I also remember my science teacher, Mr. Haas, and Danny. Danny was late to class, and Danny was like going around singing, "We are family." And then Mr. Haas responded, "And you are spending time with me," which I thought was pretty good. I don't know what kind of, trolling is to be expected in your average elementary school, but I thought that was up there, in my opinion. It's a pretty good way of giving people detention. You're spending time with me, boy. Even in elementary school, though, I'm sure teachers are good at trolling, but in elementary school, like that, while singing, I thought that was a pretty good comeback. You Norwegians are softies? What are you talking about? This was a story from when I was living in the US. But it was way better than any story I have from Norway. That is true. Wow, that's good, CJ. I'm doing okay. I just didn't sleep enough tonight, and I'm still having a bit of after effects of those decisions. Yeah, don't. My family lived for a year in Berkeley when I was a kid. 95. Is this normal? If this is normal, I feel like this is what I should be playing against the Karo Khan. The big question here is whether or not black can play bishop f5. But bishop f5, bishop c4, e6, g4, it doesn't look kind of dangerous. Am I getting destroyed now? Is there gonna be some kind of g4, h4, queen b3? Okay, we're gonna risk it. I'm very nervous, but we're gonna risk it. I am very concerned about the developments on the king side. But we're gonna stay strong, stay brave. What's the difference between knight d2 and knight c3 against the Karo Khan? Halvard, it's the move g6. The move g6 is the big difference. So you need to decide when when uh, when you decide whether to go knight d2 or knight c3, you need to think where would I prefer my knight be if my opponent plays g6. Um, Magnus told me he prefers putting the knight on d2, but that was when I was 14, and he has since changed his mind. So it's pretty. Both squares are good for the knight. Anna, I'm not engaging with Boop today. Also, my bishop just got trapped. That's not good. That wasn't really my intention. Oh, and he didn't trap my bishop. I'm very confused. What just happened? Wow, I'm learning new things. I'm learning new things right now. I accidentally right-clicked as I was dragging my mouse, and it made me confirm the move. This is very scary. Boop, favorite movie? There's so many things I like, but I'm very fond of 10 Things I Hate About You. I like A National Treasure, Jason Bourne. Um, yeah, there's a lot of good movies. In general, I like action comedy mixes, I think. Heist movies also pretty good. I think we're gonna go with this one. National Treasure, is that why you went to Philly? It's why I particularly enjoyed Philly. I think it's fair to say, Fish Rat Cow. It's not why I went to Philly. I went there for a chess tournament, but I think it's why I was especially fascinated with oh, I'm very low on time. Okay, we're gonna need to speed up. This is not good. I'm also misclicking. Oh, I'm making silly decisions. Oh, I'm so slow, and I'm misclicking and everything. What are you gonna do? CJ, behave. But you should check out 10 Things I Hate About You. It's really good. For a long time, Julia Stiles was my favorite actress. Because she did 10 Things I Hate About You. She did that dance movie also, which I kind of liked, even though it was a bit girly, maybe. But she was also in Jason Bourne, which was, yeah. Jason Bourne is good movies. Okay, I think the project of getting me back to 2900, it's fair to say it's a massive fail. I don't know how I ended up losing this position, but it happened. And I don't know what would have happened. Why didn't he go H5? I need to check this line because this has some venom. This definitely has some venom for white. It wasn't clear what I was supposed to do. I mean, maybe queen d5, but then my bishop is still trapped. Yeah, I don't know. I feel like he could have just trapped my bishop. Black way? No, I didn't see that, Fish Rat Cow. She has a new TV series now, Riviera. Um, but yeah, it's a bit strange. She did the miniseries Blue, which I thought was pretty good. That has to be the worst taste in movies ever. I mean, Dave, I'm used to it. Whenever I give my opinion on anything, I just assume people are going to think it's terrible. Which is why, whenever people ask me about music, I'm just happy. I was very happy at some point when I discovered an artist that wasn't mainstream. Like she's pretty mainstream, but she's not like super mainstream. And when I took one of her lesser known songs and said, "Yeah, no, my favorite song is this one, and I think it's the lyrics really speaks to me," and blah 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 blah. And I had like people who have really good taste in music say to me, "Oh wow, Hammer, I didn't expect this from you. This is very sophisticated. Yeah, you really know your stuff." But I haven't found that same kind of thing for movies. So while I can say "Savages" by Marina and the Diamonds is it really speaks to me. It's a really powerful lyrics, and Marina in general is such a good songwriter, and the beat is really catchy. While I can say that, I cannot say uh, kind of, oh yes, the whatever movie is like fancy for beyond understanding. Inception. Oh yes, Inception. Such a good movie. Never saw it. I don't care. I don't like sci-fi, fantasy. Not a big fan. K-pop haters gonna hate. Yes, that is true, Cocteau. Haters are gonna hate. I, K-pop, there's a lot of Koreans who are fans. So at least you have numbers on your side. Okay, I'm actually out of challenges, surprisingly. We're gonna go for another hour. And then we have Chess Explained. Oh, sorry. I needed to I needed to scroll to see who is up next. Chess Explained is taking over at 10:30. That is in 45 minutes. But until then, until you get some new people to beat up on, I am your chosen victim, and I require more people to beat me, essentially. So send me a challenge if you haven't played yet. You're gonna be prioritized, and if we don't have any new challengers within the next couple of minutes, we'll do some rematches. Chess King. I'm only playing with premium Chess 24 premium members. And unfortunately, you're not a premium member. Uh, what the? Thank you for the 100 bits, CJ. Evening, David. Why is Esserman having a carrot emote? Wow. Is the carrot. Has the rest of the world understood that carrots is the best thing to exist? Also, one of the few things that can grow in Norway? Wow. He basically took my thing, Mario? Really? I'm the original carrot guy. Is there room for more than one chess carrot guy on Twitch? Reclaim it? I have some nice carrots in the living room. It's the good stuff. If you want to impress with movies, tell them your favorite is Story of the Weeping Camel. Story of the Weeping Camel. Um, some kind of Arabic fancy movie. Foreign language films. That's usually the way you impress people. You sound very fancy. Had no problem, our turn. I get flagged often. I also flag other people quite often. You give and you take. All in all, it probably works out. Maybe carrots is a source to chess greatness? Well, I already knew that, CJ. That's not even a maybe in my book. I'm not sure I've seen Back to the Future, Dave, which I realize is a bit of a gap. I haven't really seen that. I have seen a lot of movies, but I haven't seen that many like fancy movies. But I feel like I got some of the bases covered. I, like most people, think Shawshank Redemption is ridiculously overvalued. I like being entertained. I like Nicolas Cage, which is not really something you're supposed to say. I think he has some good movies. I think we discussed that previously. Am I revealing too much? Wolf agrees. Shawshank is 7 out of 10. Well, 7 is, yeah, 7 is a pretty good score. That's not too bad. But it's not the best movie ever. Whoever says that is crazy. Yeah, I haven't seen Godfather either. Okay, I have quite a few holes, but I've seen a lot of movies. Yeah, I haven't seen any of the cartoon movies either. Yeah, I'm actually starting to think I'm losing you guys. Reservoir Dogs, I think I have, but that's a very ugly movie, isn't it? It's not really the nice, pleasant entertainment experience. What's the best Nicolas Cage film? Well, I mean, I'm a sucker for National Treasure, Dave. But Gone in 60 Seconds was also very good. I see plenty of movies already, CJ. Most of the movies, though, I will admit, most of the new movies I see is on the airplane to the US. I don't ever go to the movies. So whenever I catch up on new cinema, it's always on a transatlantic flight. Okay, wow. Suddenly four people in chat agreeing with each other. I don't think that has ever happened before. What is going on with the world? Yeah, I've heard some good things about 1917, Chigas. It sounds like a pretty depressing movie, though. Hmm. The thing about having these pawns is that very often white will attack them, and it's kind of difficult to keep them protected. So I think I'm going to go with my bishop and just threaten to take the knight. We're just going to force him to move the knight back into the center, and then his bishop is blocked. Part of the thing here is that I need to make sure that his pieces start blocking each other. For instance, if he oh, okay, I wasn't intending to do that, but it's fine. I was just trying to point. I get stressed out every single time that happens. Oh, you're not, you can't see the game. Sorry. My bad. Still, these pawns. Potential trouble being attacked down the open files. But now I'm feeling better about it. Mm, maybe not. Yeah, I wasn't really intending to take this bishop, this knight on the edge, I mean, with my bishop. I just clicked on the knight. I was going to move it over to illustrate something, and it disappeared. My pawn on d5 is being threatened, but it's not so easy for me to actually protect the pawn. When did chess become this hard? I feel like I'm struggling in every single game. Knight b8. I mean, just bishop f3 next move, and I'm in big trouble. Probably what I should play is knight f6 and just try to make a draw in the opposite colored bishop endgame. But that's really sad. Really, really, really sad. But at the very least, I gotta make a move. I don't know. I'm not gonna win the Banter Blitz Cup, am I? My head just is so slow. Inability to make decisions as well. Good night, boob. Yeah, time is ticking. But I can't find any move I'm happy with. So when do you decide I just gotta make a move? What? What kind of move is that? I don't understand what the bishop is doing here. That's the thing also. Sometimes you give your opponent more credit than they deserve. And you're considering tons of moves that just isn't gonna happen. And then it turns out you waste all your time thinking about something that could have happened but didn't happen. My next game match in the Banter Blitz Cup is on Saturday, Dave. This coming Saturday against Seturaman. SL Seturaman. I don't really know what the letters stand for. Yeah, Bishop f3. I was expecting Wolf. It looked better to me. It's not a super good move. We'll manage. We're getting our pieces a bit more active. So now I'm doing very well on the board, but I'm in huge trouble since I spent 2.5 minutes on one move. Typical. Um, I'm gonna go faster. He's trying to flag me, I suspect. He's fairly likely to be successful. Okay. We played quickly enough at the end to get the win. Hey Joseph, how are you doing? Okay, next up is Teufelhunden. Probably slipper dog, I'm gonna guess. Because in Norwegian, Tuffel is slippers, and Hund is dog. And German or Dutch or whatever this is pretty similar to Norwegian. Devil dogs, really? Teufel? Okay, I wouldn't have guessed that. It's German? Okay. German, I'm supposed to know. But I feel like Dutch and German are pretty similar at times. Except for all the I's and the J's. The Dutch really like their Vikes and other dike. Vike, dike. I'm trying to come up with something else on with the I and the J. Hike. Thank you. I've seen pictures of the Dutch having their Orange King's Day. That's pretty extreme. Norway has a very spectacular National Day celebration, but I don't think we measure up to the Dutch. They go a step beyond. We have a parade in the downtown of every city. They have a parade where everyone is dressed in orange. They just take that one extra step. Always. What's going on here? Can I not capture something? Is this a trap? I suspect this is a trap. I'm just gonna castle. Oh, it's basically just two places. So they're cheating. They're making it look like the whole nation rallies behind the Orange Day. But really, it's just a couple of guys at strategic locations. In Norway, everyone really does march. The Dutch generally like their royal family. Yeah. Norway also. People like the royal family in Norway. There's there's this basically annual vote to abolish the monarchy. And while the number of parliament members voting for abolishing the monarchy, it's still, yeah, it's still not very close. We've had this discussion before in chat, but the concept of royalty is outdated in my mind. But people still love the king. We all go orange when the national team plays at a tournament. National soccer team. Okay. I seem to remember the Netherlands not qualifying for a championship recently. Maybe we shouldn't be talking about that. If that has ruined the celebrations for the entire country. What about royalties? Royalties are okay. Royalty, not so much. You qualified for the next one. Okay, that's good. Norway hasn't qualified for a championship since year 2000. It's probably not going to happen anytime soon either. But we got some good kids now. There's the same people who were optimistic 2 years ago are more optimistic now. But probably for no reason. Hammer is ahead on time. That is pretty sensational. We're beating Serbia and Scotland, and then we're in the championship. Yes. Thanks to the fact that they have invited basically the entirety of Europe to participate in the European Championship, we have now almost the possibility of qualifying. If only we beat a couple of nations that are still better than us. Serbia is a tough one. Well, I mean, Scotland is also tough. Holland, King, Ødegaard, Lethal. Yeah, we'll see. We have the Icelandic coach, or rather, we have the Swedish coach who was the coach for Iceland. Um, and he's not. I don't know. We get the impression he's not big on star players. He likes his teams to work together. It's, it's not clear whether Ødegaard will play on a wing, or maybe he will be replaced by a central midfielder who's better at working back, tracking back. We'll see. Yeah, he did do very well with Iceland. But he's still a Swede. Whatever nice things we can say about him, it doesn't change the fact that he's still a Swede. And that you cannot fix. I mean, Mario, we don't trust anything that has to do anything to do with the national team. Least of all the players, despite their Norwegian heritage. The whole football team has been the soccer team has been a huge disappointment for decades. He might be secretly sabotaging the team. Maybe. I'm sure he's trying his best, but you know, he's a Swede. Okay, I don't have any more challenges. Chess Explained is coming on in 30 minutes. Send me a couple of challenges and then we'll wrap up the stream with Chess Explained taking over, being your new victim. I was going to say that I was victimizing you guys, I was killing you guys, and it started out okay, but my rating has taken a significant hit today. What could possibly be the reason? I don't know, but it could have something to do with time and indecisiveness, and the fact that I feel like there's something wrong inside my throat. That's my go-to excuse. No, Fritz, no civilization today. Working class hero. The gnomes are playing tomorrow at 5:30. Mario, go ahead. Second timers is okay. Hallward, feel free to use the raid if you want to, but let me know a bit ahead of time because my scheduling has been aimed at rating the next Chess24 streamer. So if you want to, if you're gonna book the raid, I might maybe just quit now and raid you immediately instead of waiting for Chess Explained to be ready. Okay, we have some new victims. We have the sleepy one and Koigak. Koigach. I'm not sure how to pronounce that, but you guys are going down. And we're going back to my opening. I don't want to fight at your guys' territory anymore. I'm going to my concept opening. Kevin, gifting a sub to Halvard. Thank you so much, Kevin. Okay, this man is playing very quickly. But I'm feeling okay about my position. It's got a hint of Sicilian to it. Reuter, I believe Chess Explained is doing German right now. And he's switching to English in 20 minutes. That's what the schedule says, at the very least. Are we going to make this a French structure? I'm going to give it a go. I'm not sure about that move. It's very risky to shut down everything in the center. But I'm not sure about that move. But I guess it makes sense if he wants to follow up by taking on d5. But then we start capturing stuff, and who knows who's capturing the more pieces. Hi, you're welcome, Kevin. Thank you for the support. Hey, crowd. What's up? Am I cool enough to say "was up"? Or should I leave that to younger people? I guess we're taking this one. I'm not sure this opening up of everything was in my favor. I dislike that there's a potential for a rook pointing down towards my king. Could be a problem. No and yes. Can I choose which one was the no answer and which one was the yes answer? I only remember asking one question. Am I cool enough to say what's up? And he did say no, then yes. That's probably not. If I forget the order, I might turn them around, Dirk, and then it turns out it becomes the complete opposite of what you were intending to say. Uh, Crow, I don't think when I calculate moves, I think I I think I see them in kind of bursts. I see them in bursts, but do I see them in 2D or 3D? I'm really not sure. It's a tricky question. It's always difficult to know kind of how our mind, what kind of tricks our mind plays on us. You're so uncool, you're actually cool. Wow. Dave basically saying I'm a dad. Could be worse, I suppose. I'm getting checkmated. I mean, even just rook takes here is very close to just being instant death. I am so dead. Ooh, I can flag him. I just blundered a rook. I was so excited about the potential for flag. I just blundered a rook. Okay, if I can stay alive for 20 seconds, I win this game. I definitely think I can stay alive for 20 seconds. Too easy. Who cares? That's the liberating thing about playing bad chess is that whenever you have a time scramble, you don't need to take any notice of what the opponent is doing. When you have a bad position, you can just play as many silly moves as you want, and it's not gonna matter. Corey zoning in on stuff. Hard to just yeah, I'm struggling to describe it as well. And I'm also kind of struggling to visualize it right now in my head. I don't know. It might also be both. Maybe sometimes I'm doing 2D and sometimes I'm doing 3D. And sometimes I feel like I'm not actually visualizing the board. Basically, I feel like I'm whispering the moves in my to myself, and somehow that is helping me understand where the pieces are or what variation is about to be played. How the mind works it's a question I am not qualified to answer, and what actually happens in my mind is something I can answer, but it's so subconscious. A lot of the calculations I do that it's not really, it's difficult for me to be aware of how I'm doing it because it happens without really thinking about making it happen. Yeah, you and me both, fish rat cow. I need to figure out why my brain doesn't work either. It's a struggle. It only applies, Kleinmeister, it only applies for the internet time scrambles though. But for those it's very effective. Okay, we got another game, and after this one we're gonna play against Ericsson, and that's gonna be it from us. Bishop e2, I believe, is all the rage. All the cool kids are playing it, and I don't really know what you're supposed to do here. I'll move my knight. Ooh, did I just blunder knight takes d5? I blundered knight takes d5. Feels bad. Wow, we actually could have done that. Attacks the bishop, and I cannot capture that. Yeah, that was clever. That would have been a bit of a disappointment. What happened to the ever so solid hammer? I don't know, Mario. I'm very curious about the same thing. Okay, let's just go back. Yeah, Crow, I think that's very close to how I feel it's happening to me. 3D when I'm looking at a 3D board, and 2D else. I think that's how it happens to me as well. Are you an imposter? No. I don't know. I can always think of an excuse if you're looking for one. Okay, now this bishop is going to be in big trouble. So I moved my bishop back because I'm getting ready to go f6. So first I'm moving this bishop back, then I'm moving this knight, and then I'm going f6. And then this guy is going to be in some big trouble. Run, bishop, run. I don't know. I think it's too late for the bishop. I don't see that guy salvaging anything this game. I think it's just f4 was not a good move. Sometimes it's good, it's nice to give the bishop protection. This wasn't one of those times. Because the bishop just got stuck. Okay, and now we're getting the knight to e4 also. This is working out pretty well. I probably should have taken this one, but I had the idea that it didn't really matter if we opened the G file, as long as I blocked the queen from the game. Ha, yes, E-Nation, you know it. The Vikings were looking pretty good when I quit yesterday. But the population was not amazing. There's still some work to be done. Maybe we can finish it sometime this week. But tomorrow there's Pro Chess League. Maybe we can do some civilization tomorrow. But I don't want to promise anything. I need to sleep more. Yeah, Mario, I wouldn't do that. Whenever I've done blindfold, I've always asked the organizers of the server whether it's okay and whether I can start a new account for that express purpose. I really wish there was some kind of fancy checkmate here. Oh, are we playing Dutch people? Are we playing Amsterdam this weekend? That's fun. I'm about to give a checkmate. Do we pre-move? I should have pre-moved. Would have been cooler if I had pre-moved. Oh, my over-the-board tournament? Yes. There's some Dutchies in the over-the-board tournament. But frankly, I think we're in the same Pro Chess League division as the team from the Netherlands as well. We might be facing off against them just before we play in the tournament. Okay, last game of the day. We'll play against Ericsson. Thank you everyone for watching. We're just gonna finish off with a nice win here. I hope you all have enjoyed my rating that you are so generously awarded. I'm gonna be back on Friday, but also keep in mind that I'm gonna be playing in the Banter Blitz Cup on Saturday. And this is the real deal. I mean, I had an amazing result against Movsesian last time, but now is even more of a real deal. Because now if I manage to win my match, I actually win a prize. So lots on the line. I hope you are able to come and support. It's at 5 p.m. Oslo time. Which is 11 a.m. Eastern. So basically, you know, have a nice breakfast and then turn on the show. Or if you're in Europe, you can have a nice Saturday, and then when you get back home, it's time for the Banter Blitz Cup. What time? Yes, Anita. 5 p.m. also. Who are you playing against? Good question. So I'm playing against Seturaman from India. He's pretty good. He defeated Bassem Amin in the previous round, who's at some point was 2,700. But at the same time, the way I played against Movsesian kind of made me believe that I could beat anyone. So I'm hoping to display that same level. And yeah, this is it. This is the one where stakes are high. He's about the same rating as me, Doan. He's 2630, 2620. So he's basically rated the same as me, but he's quicker. He's much quicker. So one of the things I need to think about is making sure that I keep the pace and don't choke on decisions and end up giving away all my time, which has been a recurring theme here today. So you can understand my concern. Okay, h5 potentially coming up. Could be fun. He's probably going to play like rook c1. Okay, f3, trying to just solidify the position. Yeah, I guess I'm just going to take. Wow, queen takes. I was not expecting that move. I don't think that was a very good move. It feels as though white's knights are feeling the pressure right now. And yeah, that's just game over, right? Can he play f4 and then queen b2 and make something happen on the long diagonal? Probably that's what he needs to try, but maybe he can go g5. Maybe I'm underestimating his potential. But I mean, really? Really? I can't believe this. No, it's a no from me. It's a big no from me. Cannot believe this. I feel like I let his knights become more active than they should have been. Way more active than they should have been. I don't know why I did that. I forgot this one was hanging. Okay, that was a mistake though. Yeah, now this I should have under control. What the? Why would you go there, sir? You're confusing me. I assumed he would go king h2 to protect his pawn. And then that could have been very embarrassing. But it worked out. Rook e7 was much better. I'm not sure. I thought this worked pretty well, but I was trying to exchange some pieces. But here in this position, he really should have, I don't know, taking this one. Yeah, maybe I'm winning this too. I don't know. Maybe, yeah, maybe rook b6. Rook b6 is good. This is winning. Yeah, no, I think it was okay what I did. Thank you so much, Erickson. Thank you everyone for hanging out. I hope to see you back on Friday. Friday at 7 p.m. That's our next stream. I'm gonna go on Twitch and figure out who we're gonna raid. We have Joe, we have Fiona, and Jesse. I think my choice for today is gonna be Fiona. Be nice to her. Use your raid emotes and have a nice day, everyone. Bye.